Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Anupama.
How are you all this week?
Hey, hi Anupama. Good morning. Yeah, just recovered from kind of fever and cold, so doing better now.
Oh, okay. Take care. Is it true that there is a new virus which is coming up?
Yeah, that's news as well. So most of it all from Kerala and other parts of southern side only, I think, majorly.
Oh my God. Oh, is it? Because these kind of news come very frequently. So,
Mm-hmm.
and then by the time we realize it would be gone.
Yeah,
So I just thought that is also some of the some news. Okay, we should be careful, isn't it? Hmm?
right, right.
Oh,
This the other side is the south side and all, like it's kind of raining and all that, and because of that, a lot of infection and all that is happening.
spreading fast.
Waterbound, yeah, waterbound infection.
Got you. Okay. So, in the last session, we discussed about the basics of cloud computing, the AWS, history of AWS, and we started with our first service, which is EC2, and then there is a hands-on on EC2 as well. Okay. Now this week we will cover the EC2 slide, the presentations, and then we will talk about EBS, EFS, like the Elastic Block Store, Elastic File System, and also S3 service, a simple storage service. Okay. So probably we should be completing these topics this week. Ideally, that's the plan. Okay, let's see how it goes. Now, let's start with the presentation of for EC2. Okay. So let me share my screen. Yeah. So we completed the lab in the last week. Yeah. Now, if we can do a quick recap on what we have learned. Okay. So the virtual machines, the virtual computing environments is known as the instances. Do you hear any background noise?
No.
Okay.
No.
Now,
The virtual computing environment. So please let me know if you hear any background noise. Okay. Today is some kind of uh, auspicious day, so there are some sort of what is it called, a music system here and there. Okay. So I'll try to close the doors or change room if you have any kind of disturbance.
okay.
Yeah. So pre-configured template for your instance is basically known as an AMI, Amazon Machine Image. The hardware configuration of your EC2 instance is basically the instance type. Now, in order to log into your EC2 instance from your local machine, you have to have a key pair. And temporary volumes are called the instance store volumes. The persistent volumes are known as the EBS volumes. A firewall for your EC2 instance is called a security group. And tags are like giving a name to your EC2 instance. Yeah. Now, we already covered these topics, but let's elaborate them and understand a little more about it, okay, in the presentation. Now, first comes with the AMI. So, AMI is basically a template as we have already understood. Now from an AMI, we can launch an instance or we can launch multiple instances with different instance types. Okay. For example, I can go for T2 micro. I can go for A1 medium or M5 large from same Ubuntu AMI. So I can choose one AMI and with what AMI, see AMIs are choosing an operating system. Okay. And you can go for different hardware configurations. Like I have Windows 10 with i3 processor, same Windows 10 i5 processor, and then i10 processor, something like that. i7, sorry. Okay. Now, understanding the life cycle of an AMI. So basically, an AMI would be created from the snapshot if it's an EBS backed or a template if it's an instance store backed. Now, once an AMI is being created, an image is being created, you can launch an instance. We have seen that. We can deregister. We have seen that as well. We can also copy. Okay. For example, this AMI is in North Virginia region. Now you want the application to be running in Mumbai region also. So where you can just simply copy it. So by default, AMIs are region specific. So when you create in a particular region, it will be in that region only. Now, if you want the application to be in another region, so you might have an EC2 instance and then you have taken a backup. Now, if you want to launch an EC2 instance which has the same application, you can simply copy it. Okay. And you can launch another EC2 instance from that AMI. So copy is like if you want to copy one AMI to another region, from one region to another region, you can just copy it. Okay. Now, coming to the public and private images. Now, whenever we launch an EC2 instance, whenever we create an image, that image is very much private to the account owner. Okay. And if you want to share that AMI only to few people, like maybe to your team members, okay, you can still share by taking their account ID, but that still remains private in some sense, right? You're not sharing to everyone, so it still remains private. But if you want everyone to access your AMI, you can change the permissions to public, which will be reflected under the community AMIs, and that images are called the public images. Okay. So if you own or only few people own the AMI, it's a private. But if everyone can access the AMI, it's a public. Now let's assume in my account, in a region, I have an AMI. Okay. Now, if I want to share to you explicitly, I can simply give your account ID and I can share it. So this AMI will be reflected in your account in the same region of mine. If I am sharing from North Virginia, this AMI can be seen in your account in your North Virginia region. Okay. But if you actually want it in Mumbai region, what you need to do? Copy. Okay. Or you can copy and share it, not a problem. Anything is fine. So this is one way. You share it and then you share the AMI and then you can just copy it. Or I will simply copy it and I can share, not a problem. Another way. Anyway, is fine. Okay, because by default, AMIs are region specific. They'll be within the region. So this is exactly what we have done the last session hands-on. Okay. So from AWS provided AMI and a snapshot, we got an EC2 instance. Okay. It's our first instance. And then we modified it installing Apache. Now, when you take an image, that image will have the backup of the whole instance, including the Apache. Now, when you launch a second instance, you can straight away access using the public IP address. So this is another public IP address. This is the first public IP address. Now, instance type is the hardware configuration of your EC2 instance, and we do have different instance families as we learn. We have general purpose, compute optimized, memory, storage optimized, accelerated computing, and also HPC optimized. We also have current generation, previous generation instance types. So current generation is the one which are recently emerged, and the previous generation is the older ones. Okay. Now AWS recommends you to use current generation instance type for good performance, but AWS still supports the previous generation instance types. Yeah. Now, when you are choosing an instance type, so or when you actually wanted to know what instance type is correct for you, you may need to consider few things like the region which you are going for. Okay. So you will not have the same cost for the services in two different regions. So even if I have let's assume I have an EC2 instance with some configuration like A1 medium, okay, in North Virginia, and in Mumbai region, same EC2 instance, you launch another EC2 instance with the same instance type, with the same configuration, you may have different cost. The cost will not be the same, even though you're going for same configuration. So the reason is because it depends on the hardware cost in that particular area, as well as the tax. There are some sort of considerations. That is the reason you will not have the same cost. So when you're going for instance type, one of the consideration could be your region, the architecture, how much compute power, memory, storage, network performance you wanted. Accordingly, you can find the instance type. You should be knowing these details before you actually find the instance type. Now, coming to the instance purchasing options, you can pay to AWS for EC2 service in different ways based on your usage. First comes with the on-demand. So on-demand is something where you pay by second, like on demand. Whenever you want it, you launch an instance. You don't want it, you just terminate your instance. Okay. So you have the flexibility on the life cycle of an EC2 instance. That is basically on demand, where you will be paying the highest cost when you're going for this particular purchasing option. So you can use on demand when you are experimenting with AWS, when you're new to AWS, you're not really sure how much time you use it. So you can go for on demand. But if you're aware that you would be using for long term, like a 1 year or 3 years, you can go for reserved instances. Okay. Now reserved instances basically allow you to use an EC2 instance for 1 year or 3 year at a stretch. Okay. Because you're saying to the AWS that you would be reserving it for a longer time, AWS will give you a significant discount up to 70% off. Yeah. So if you could commit for a longer term, AWS will give you a significant discount. We also have EC2 savings plan where you'll be paying per hour. Okay. So every day from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. 1 hour every day, I want to use an EC2 instance to do some sort of operations, but I want it for longer term. For 1 year, I need to do that. You can go for EC2 savings plan. We also have spot instances. Spot instances will be created from the unused capacity of your EC2 instances. Whenever AWS see, each and every data center is having some 50 to 80,000 servers, right? And you have some hundreds of data centers, okay, in AWS, right? Now, do you think that all the servers are completely utilized all the time? No, there will be some unused capacity. Okay, so from unused capacity, the spot instances would be created. Because the instances are created from the unused capacity, AWS will give you for very cheap, like you'll be getting for up to 90% off. Okay.
So do they come under sharing instance?
Sorry?
What instance come under sharing also?
Is that mean that my instance will be shared to you?
No, 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 no. See, as you have shared this reserved instance, now.
Correct.
So I hope reservation is also of two type. I hope I'm not right or wrong. If, if I am sharing my server with some other company also, then I have to pay less. So is this considerable here or it is something
No, no,
different?
no, doesn't matter. So whatever the EC2 instances which you get for on-demand or reserved for easy savings plan, Spot also is the same. It is just that Spot instance will be created from unused capacity where you will not have a fixed cost.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, that's it. But anyways, Spot instance also will be run on the same hardware where the on-demand reserved instance are running. Okay. Now, when I say reserved instance, I'm not talking about the reserved hardware. I'm talking about you are using an instance consistently for a longer term. That's it.
Okay. It is
Yeah.
for commitment only.
That's right. That's right. Now, if you go for reserved instances in a North Virginia region for an A1 medium instance type, okay. Now, I said that we can reserve it for like 1 year or 3 years. Okay. Now, for example, if you reserve for 1 year, you would be knowing the cost beforehand, isn't it? Yeah. So AWS has enabled three different payment options where you can go for all upfront, where you'll be paying everything upfront, okay, and you will not be paying anything on the monthly installments. Or you can go for partial upfront, where you will be paying some of the amount, and remaining will be in monthly installments. Okay. Or you can also go for no upfront, where you will not be paying anything, and everything will be in the monthly installments. Okay. So it's completely user flexible. However, he or she wanted to go for payment. And see, reserved itself will give you a good discount. And on top of it, all upfront will give you the best. For example, if you see here, all upfront is giving 41%, partial is giving 40%, and no upfront is giving 37%. Okay. So when compared to all these three, all upfront will give you the best because you're paying everything upfront. But I said up to 70%. But if you could see, I said up to 70, not flat. I hope you know the difference. And the discount depends upon various factors. For example, if you reserve for 3 years, then you see it is 62, 60, 57. Okay. So it is little better. I mean, near to 70%. Yeah. So not only the commitment of the term, it also depends on the region, what is the instance type and all. Okay, but they would give you up to 70% off when you go for reserved instances. Now, this is basically instance tenancy. Yeah. So here you define how you wanted to uh, have your EC2 instance. Okay. So sorry. So when we have a shared, we have dedicated instance and we have dedicated host. So let me explain you with a, a picture. So we do have shared, a dedicated one, dedicated instance, and dedicated host. Now shared is, I have an AWS server or host computer. Okay. Now this is an EC2 instance owned by one customer. This is another EC2 instance owned by another customer. The customers are sharing the same server of AWS. Is that mean the servers can communicate with each other? Is that mean the customer one can see what is happening in the customer two virtual machine? Absolutely not. They're isolated in their own way, obviously. Okay. But it is just that they're sharing the same hardware. So it's like you have a flat You have a building and then you have 6 flats. Okay. Now flat 1 to flat 6. Now this building, like a community, can have common pool, common walking area, where these flats can share it. But does that mean that they can see what is happening in other flats? Absolutely not, right? They're isolated the same way. Okay, that is shared one. Next, we have dedicated instance. Now, when you go for dedicated instance, all the EC2 instances on one host computer owned by only one customer. Customer one, customer same customer one. Okay. Now, all the EC2 instance in a single host computer is owned by only one customer. Dedicated instance. This is expensive when compared to the shared one because AWS is dedicating a server, the whole host computer to you. We also have dedicated host. Now, dedicated host is the customer will have control from the host operating system. Okay. If the customer is also having their own licenses, they will be using the licenses for their EC2 instances. So usually customers go for dedicated host if they're already having an on-premises licenses already been there. Okay, so they're already using on-premises and they wanted to adopt the cloud, but they have some licenses and they wanted to utilize them. So they can go for dedicated host and they can use the licenses. Okay, so if you go for dedicated host, you can get per socket, per core, per software licenses, like for Windows Server, SQL Server, SUSE, Linux Enterprise Server. So dedicated instance and dedicated host is very much similar in terms of accessing only by one customer. But dedicated host will have more control. The customer will have more control from the host operating system. Okay. And the shared is by default. Whenever you launch an instance, it will be on shared unless you explicitly select it. Now, coming to the public, private, and elastic IP address.
Anupama, sorry to. I have a question. Like, in what scenarios we use dedicated host, even if it's a cloud environment? So
as I said, if a customer is already having their own licenses and they want to use their licenses for the AWS servers, they would go for dedicated host.
okay.
Yeah. So coming to the IP, different types of IP addresses. If we have a network, or a machines in a network, in a dedicated private network. Okay. Now the machines within the network can communicate with each other using private IP address. For internal communication within the network, private IP address is enough. But if these machines need to interact with the outside network, internet, then these machines must have a public IP address. You're communicating with me because your machine is having a public IP address. You're interacting with the internet network. Okay. So your Wi-Fi, if you need an internet connection, you go to an internet service provider. This internet service provider come with a cable. Okay. And he would connect the cable to a modem, or nowadays you are getting inbuilt modem to a router. Okay. So he'll connect to a router in which it has modem as well as a router. And using this router, basically, you connect your mobile phone, your tablet, or your laptop. Okay. So he actually give you a public IP address. Now you're interacting to the internet using this public IP address. So you can check that, like, connect from your phone as well as from your laptop to the same Wi-Fi connection, to the same router, and go to Google and ask what is my IP. You'll get the same IP address, and that is the IP address which your ISP has given to you. Okay. And by default, each and every machine will have a private IP address. By default, you will have it. But if you want to interact with the internet, then you need to have a public IP address. Even your mobile data is also assigning a public IP address. So private and public. Now, let's assume I have an EC2 instance. The instance is having an application. The instance can be accessible using a public IP address, but ideally we use a domain name. And the client would be accessing the application using the domain name. So it resolves into the IP address and hit the server. Now the client is using this application only for some time, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. After 6 p.m. till 9 a.m. he would not be using it. So what we can do to save the cost?
We can stop the
Stop,
EC2.
stop the
We can stop our instance, right? Now, when you stop your instance, the public IP address, which is associated to the EC2 instance, will go back to AWS pool. You will not have a public IP address for an stopped EC2 instance. Yes. Now, before 9 a.m., when you start your instance again, a new public IP address would be associated with this instance. A new public IP address from the AWS pool again. Now, if you observe, now the application is accessible from the new public IP address, from no longer from old one, right? Now, when user access the domain name, it's still mapping with the old public IP address. So what we need to do, as soon as you start your instance, you need to map the new public IP address to this domain name. And every day you stop and start your instance to save the cost. And every day a new public IP address will be assigned to that instance, and then you have to map it. So the client may not be happy with the process of changing the public IP address every day. It's not good in terms of security as well. Okay. So what you can do is, we can go for elastic IP address. Elastic IP address is also a public IP address only, but it's a dedicated public IP address, like a static one. We need to explicitly create an elastic IP address, okay, associate to the EC2 instance and map with the domain name. So that even if you stop your EC2 instance, the elastic IP address is not going to leave, is not going to deassociate from the EC2 instance, is not going to leave from your account. Okay. So when you say dedicated, once you create an elastic IP address, until unless you explicitly release it, it will not leave your region as well as your account. That would be dedicated. But elastic IP address costs you in a different way. Now, if I create an elastic IP address and if I am using to the EC2 instance, AWS is not going to cost you. But you created an elastic IP address and you are not using it, AWS will cost you. It's like this. From 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Yeah, this time. Your application would be running. The user is accessing your application at this time. So you will have cost for the instance. But for the elastic IP address, you are using it. So no cost. From 6 p.m. till 9 a.m. around, just high level. you stop your instance. So for the EC2 instance, there is no cost. But for the elastic IP address, now you are not using it. You created it, but you are not using it. So there will be a cost. Okay, then you can ask me, at this time I'm paying to EC2 and at this time I'm paying to elastic IP address cost. What is the point? Anyways, I'm paying it. But when compared to instance running cost, elastic IP address cost will be less. Second thing is, the client satisfaction is important. If they leave the company itself, there will be a lot of loss. Okay, so in terms of security as well as cost saving, it's wise to go for the elastic IP address. Okay, so that's about the public, private, and elastic IP address. Next, we have instance lifecycle. So the lifecycle of an instance starts when you launch it and ends when you terminate it. Okay, and you have and you have different phases or different states in between. First comes with the stop and start. Now that we learned when we stop our instance, we learned that EC2 for EC2 there is no cost. AWS will stop costing you for that instance, and then you will lose the memory that we learned in the last week. And today we understood that the public IP address also will deassociate from the EC2 instance. Will go back to the AWS pool, right? But if you have elastic IP address, it will be there. If you have a private IP address, it will be still there. It will be retained. But if you go for stop or hibernate, it's very much same as stop only, but it is just that there is an extra feature which is storing the RAM or the memory. So when you go for stop or hibernate, by the time it is stopping, the RAM which instance is having will be stored to the volume. And by the time it is stopped, it is in the volume. And when you start, it is loaded back to the RAM or the memory. It's like a resuming. So the instance will just resume from where it stopped. Next, we have reboot. So rebooting is like restarting your instance. Okay. Now, when you reboot your instance, nothing is going to get affected. The public IP address, the RAM, okay. Nothing is going to get affected. So usually AWS will reboot your instance for any necessary maintenance. And when you no longer need an EC2 instance, you terminate it. So when you just say terminate, it moves to shutting down and then it will be terminated. Okay. So stop, start, stop, hibernate, reboot, and terminate. Next, we have placement groups. So placement groups are the logical grouping of your EC2 instances. So if I have 10 instances, I can logically group them using different placement groups. Let's understand them one by one. Cluster. So let's assume I have 9 instances. I have 9 instances. Okay. Now, if I go for cluster placement group, all the 9 EC2 instances will be on a single hardware, probably in a single availability zone. This is for sure. Only in one availability zone. Okay. And probably on the same hardware. If you go for partition, your EC2 instances will be divided according to the partition number you give. If I give number as 3, my instance will be divided into 3 partitions according to the number you give, and each partition will be on a different hardware in different availability zones. If I go for spread, each instance will be on a different hardware. Okay, in different availability zones. Now, if a hardware fails here, you have 8 by 9 instances which are up and running. If a hardware fails here, You have 2/3 instance up and running here. But if a hardware fails or if an AZ fails, all the users who is accessing the application will face a downtime. So you have high availability in the spread. You have least availability in the cluster. But because they're in the same availability zone, you will have a great network performance. You'll have great network performance. Because they're in the same availability zone, in the same hardware probably. Okay. Now, if you are looking for network performance between the instances, availability you will take care, that's okay, you have a backup plan. You can go for cluster, but if you're looking for high availability, go for spread. If you're looking for both, 50-50. So you have some sort of availability as well as the network performance. You can go for partition. So nothing is, as I said, good or bad. Depending upon the requirement, you can choose any one of these placement groups. Okay. So any questions, please?
All good. No questions.
Next, we have security groups. So security groups are basically the firewall for your EC2 instance. Okay. So it's like this. So security groups are firewalls. Security groups are stateful. Means, let's assume from your local machine, you're trying to connect to your EC2 instance. Okay. Now, when you are making a request to EC2 instance, if you see in terms of EC2, it's coming to EC2. It's incoming, so inbound. Now, when EC2 instance is responding, it's going out from EC2. It's an outbound. Now, if you allow a protocol in inbound, it automatically remembers for outbound. That is called statefulness. You need not explicitly open for outbound again. That is called statefulness. Okay. So security groups are stateful. If you remember in the last session, I never touched outbound rules. You're not supposed to touch outbound rules. Just if you want to add any protocol, just add in the inbound rules. And in security groups, we can only allow rules. We can only allow rules. Okay, that means if I want this machine IP address is 1.2.3.4. Okay, now in the security group, I have added a rule saying that SH protocol, a TCP type, port 22, and this is the IP address. Some description if I want to give. Now, if I add this rule, what does it mean? What does it mean if I add this rule?
If any request from that SSH or protocol or IP will be allowed.
So from this machine, if a machine is having this IP address, this machine with this IP address can make a request using SSH protocol. Now, am I not also saying that only this is allowed, others are denied implicitly? Isn't it? All other IP addresses except this are denied? Am I not saying that? But indirectly. Explicitly, I'm not saying it. Implicitly, If I'm allowing only one thing, I'm indirectly denying all other ones, right? Correct? Hello? So in security groups, we can only implicitly deny. You cannot explicitly deny it. Okay? We can only allow rules. When you're allowing a particular rule, a particular protocol, remaining are all implicitly denied. Okay? Now let's assume I have an IP address and I'm getting a harmful request and I want to explicitly deny this IP address. I cannot do it in security group. But if I allow only this, all other IP addresses, including this, are implicitly denied. Explicitly, I cannot add a rule. Getting me?
Yes.
Guys, you're silent. This is not interactive as in the first week month. What happened? All okay? You're getting me? You're understanding something? Yes. You're in New Year vibe. Huh?
Yes, Anupama. Yes, we're getting you.
Oh my God. So what will be the situation on 30th December when we are taking the class then? Just few hours on Saturday, Sunday. Folks, just few hours, please. Just listen and then, yeah, enjoy. So you're all on, what is this? Leaves? You're
No,
not
no.
working. Last week's are all leaves. Yeah, isn't it? No?
It is still looking like I am attending my office meeting, but I am paying my full attention over it.
Ah, so usually last week of December and the first week of January will be of complete, even the clients don't work. They all go for vacation. Yeah, so that you can take a leave. And another thing is you might be thinking of, oh my God, my leaves are getting wasted. It will not carry forward to the next year. Yeah.
No.
Anyways, now coming to the key pairs. Key pair is a combination of public and private. Public key will be with AWS and private key will be with us. Okay. In order to connect your EC2 instance, basically log into your EC2 instance from your local machine, you have to have a key pair. Okay. So tell me, if I have an EC2 instance and I have a PEM file and I lost this PEM file, will I be able to connect to this EC2 instance from my local machine?
No.
Then how? How do I connect?
We have to decrypt it.
But how without a key pair?
No, we need a key pair for that.
So if we don't have, then how we connect? So is there any way, or do we just lose our instance?
Any possibility that we request AWS to share that, or
So do you think AWS have that? If AWS is having, what is the point of security then?
that's right. Yeah.
So
Then
AWS should not be having it, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Then
you
we have
should
to
be,
select do not create key pair.
But that is not suggestible, is what it was given there, right?
one way is fine. So you shouldn't be losing your key pair, isn't it? If you don't create a key pair at all, you may have challenges in connecting to the EC2 instance from your machine. So if you create it, you shouldn't be losing it. But what if you lose? There is a way. One way is you take an image. When you're taking an image, does it ask for key pair? No.
No.
Yes? No. Now from the image, launch another EC2 instance. For the second instance, you go for another key pair. Now terminate this instance. Whatever the applicants you have in this instance, you anyways get in AMI. You launch another EC2 instance and terminate this. Gone. Problem solved. But ideally, you shouldn't be losing your PEM files, okay? Even if it happens, you have a way. One way is this.
Is it
Simple?
possible to recover key pairs?
No.
Once
See,
lost is lost.
recovering
Okay.
is what? Recovering is what? Somewhere stored. Correct? Somewhere means where? AWS don't want to store the key pairs, the private key explicitly. Okay?
So we need to create a AMI and
One way is yes. Create an image and then launching another EC2 instance.
so we can use the same.
Yeah. When we are creating an AMI, will it cost to us? Okay.
When you create an image?
Will it cost to us again?
No, image is taking a backup, right? You anyways
Correct.
take an image.
But will it cost to us? When
Definitely, when you take a backup, you will have storage cost. If the instance is having a root volume of 10 GB, the image cost will be of 10 GB. Image and snapshot cost will be of 10 GB. It will cost. Okay. So AWS has enabled multiple ways. One of the way is taking an image and then, creating another instance from it.
Anupama, if I create a EC1 and I create a AMI and I lost the key, okay, then I launch the another instance, EC2. I create another key pair. Is it, or it can be used for EC1 as well?
EC2. That is nothing like EC1. EC2 first instance.
Sorry.
Got you. No problem. No problem. So this is test1.pem, test2.pem. So you lost this, you launch this way. You cannot use, obviously. See, they have different key pairs, no? The PEM files itself you created for this. See, this EC2 will have the public key of this PEM file. We have the private key. This is what we downloaded. Now, this has a different one. Doesn't match, no?
Got it.
So public key 1, private key 1. So let's assume public key 2, private key 2. Now these two matches because they're of same. These two matches. You cannot match 2 with 1, isn't it?
Got it.
It's just a backup. See, image backup of your operating system and applications, not the key pairs and all. Not even the hardware configuration. Got it?
Yes.
Oof, that's about the EC2. Let's talk about Lambda. I'll just introduce this topic. Okay. Just few slides. I think 1 or 2 slides. Let's assume I have a function, addition function. Add a comma b. C is equal to a plus b. Return C. Okay. Now, when I am writing my programming, like when I'm writing my application code, wherever I want it to add 2 numbers, I will call this function and I'll write the remaining code. Now, when it is executing it, whenever it encounters a function, it will call the function. It will execute the piece of code and then it will return the value if you have any return. And then it will get to the remaining code. Now, the takeaway from this example is basically the function itself. Okay. So Lambda is a function.
So
We
basically,
usually call it as
it's
Lambda function. Hold on, please. We call it as a Lambda function. Okay. Now, the Lambda function has to be invocated. Someone should call it. Okay, so someone should trigger the Lambda function. For example, at 8:55 a.m. I wanted to invoke a Lambda function. It does some sort of operations so that it will start my EC2 instance. Again at 5:55 p.m. or 6:05 p.m. I want to invoke another Lambda function so that I can stop my instance. Or there is a service called S3 storage service, like a Google Drive, okay? Now, whenever I store a file, we'll talk about S3 later, but just understand that S3 is a storage service. Now, if I upload a file into storage service, like in a folder, I want to invocate the Lambda so that the Lambda will take the details of the file, like the file name, the file size, what is this file about, the date, and I want to push it into a database. Okay. Now, whenever a Lambda is being invocated in different ways, these are basically called as event sources. Okay. Now, this is a source. These are the sources for the Lambda. Now, based on some event, it is invocating the Lambda. So, these are called event sources. Now, Lambda is affecting few services. For example, here we have RDS, database service in AWS. It's impacting some services. These are called downstreams affected by Lambda. And when I say Lambda is being invoked, it will execute the piece of code. This Lambda can have a code in any programming language as Lambda supports. For example, Java, a .NET, a Python, a Ruby. So Lambda supports few programming languages. So if you could write the code in that programming language, yes. And you just have to add the triggers. So who can trigger the Lambda? You can add the triggers. And in that, whenever a trigger is being done, or when these events invocate the Lambda, Lambda will execute the piece of code which is in that Lambda function. Now, is it like, can I have an application in the Lambda function? Absolutely not. So you have a maximum memory allocation. You have a memory allocation, or you can have a memory allocation of from 128 MB to some 10 GB, 10,240 MB, which is around 10 GB. Okay. So this is the max code which you can have it. Now, can I run the Lambda function forever? No. The execution time can be up to 15 minutes. Maximum, the Lambda can run up to 15 minutes. Okay. Now, does it not support more than this? Does it not run more than this? No. As of now, 15 minutes. Previously, it is 5 minutes only. Now, they increase it to 15 minutes. Up to 15 minutes from very basic milliseconds to 15 minutes. Now, if it is not an application, what if I want to have an application? You go for EC2. EC2 is basically designed for that only. EC2 is designed for deploying the applications. EC2 is like a server. But if you want to do small operations, like need some compute power, a basic operations, going to EC2 is basically not a good choice. Instead, you can go for Lambda. So small operations, you can just call the Lambda function and then do it. Now, can't I do it in EC2? Definitely you can do it. For example, whenever an upload is done on S3, okay. Now I want to invocate Lambda and I want to take the details. Now you can have, instead of Lambda here, you can have a triggering point as EC2 also. So whenever a file is uploaded into S3 bucket, you want to invocate the application in the EC2 instance, and the EC2 instance will take the details and it will push into database. You can do this also. But whether a file is been uploaded or not, you have to keep this instance running all the time, because you don't know when the file will be uploaded. Okay, so you should be ready all the time. That means the instance should be running 24/7. But when it comes to Lambda, only when the Lambda is invocated, only when file is uploaded and S3 triggers Lambda, the Lambda will cost you. When there is no invocations, Lambda is not going to cost you. There is no cost when Lambda is not running. You'll be paying for the number of invocations. Okay, and for how much time it is invoked, for how much time it is running within this time. 1 point. Second thing is, I went for T2 micro because I will be having uploads once in a while. Now, all of a sudden, 1,000 uploads had happened. Now, obviously, T2 micro can't handle it. Now, at this time, the instance will not be used. It cannot sustain, it cannot work, basically handle this particular request. Now, when it comes to Lambda, Lambda is serverless. Means you don't manage the instance type for Lambda. You don't manage on which operating system the Lambda is been there and what is the hardware configuration. You don't worry about that. Okay. Even if there are millions of invocations to Lambda at a second, it can handle it because the underlying hardware will be taken care by AWS. So when we say serverless, it doesn't mean we don't have servers. It is just that we don't manage servers as a customer. For us, it is serverless. AWS manages the Lambda on a server only. AWS will be taking care of the underlying compute power. Okay. So when to use Lambda? If you wanted to do small invocations, if you want to run a particular service for up to 15 minutes within this execution allocation, memory allocation. Okay. Then yes, if you are into any programming language, if you could use a particular programming language which Lambda supports, you should be also looking into the event source examples. What are all the event source for Lambda? Obviously all services doesn't support Lambda invocations. Okay. So you have to have few things in mind in order to go for Lambda. So usually when you're having an application in AWS running in a project, Lambda by default, Lambda is the one which they usually use it. Okay, or you can also simply take a backup of a particular thing using Lambda or invocate something. You can do a lot of operations basically. These are some of the examples I've given. Any questions, please?
Not yet.
Any downtime possibility for Lambda?
No, ma.
Because
No.
you said that is also like, AWS management server only managed by AWS. So even we have Lambda functions now, but sometimes, okay, I just want to know if there is any possibility for the downtime with this Lambda functions as well.
No. See, when you say downtime, what does it mean? It is just that if a server is not able to handle it, you will have a downtime. For example, if you have a laptop, your laptop is not working based on various reasons. If you're having an application running on a server on your laptop, it doesn't work. Correct? If your laptop is went for some service, it doesn't work. Yes. Now, if you see this Lambda, there is no server for you to handle it, first of all. AWS will be taking care of it underlying. It's called serverless. Because of that, it's called serverless. Now, from AWS end, obviously you will be not have any downtime. They will make sure the Lambda is running all the time.
Okay.
Any other questions? This is good enough for the exam of the solutions architect associate explicitly in this topic, okay? So lambda can be invocated in different ways. Okay, I think I just explained all this. So building blocks are lambda function, event source, downstreams. And whenever lambda is invocated, it will store some logs in CloudWatch. So you'll have a log streams. But if you want to manage your own compute resources, if you don't want AWS to take care of your server, go for EC2. You have full flexibility. Go for Elastic Beanstalk. Elastic Beanstalk also can be a service where you still have access to your servers. Okay, Elastic Beanstalk internally uses EC2 only. Don't worry if you don't aware of this Elastic Beanstalk, not irrelevant. But if you want to manage your own compute services, you have ways where you can manage it. Okay, so Elastic Beanstalk is a PaaS service, platform as a service. Next, we have Compute Optimizer. You have hundreds of instances. How do you know whether all the instances are completely utilized? Are they under provisioned or over provisioned? I mean, when the number of EC2 instances are increasing, it becomes tedious to manage each and every instance manually. That's where we have Compute Optimizer. I think this is free to use, if I'm not wrong. So this helps you to avoid over provisioning and under provisioning the service. Okay, not only it supports EC2, it supports the container services, it supports the storage like EBS, also the Lambda functions. Okay, so it gives some sort of recommendation so that you can reconfigure your resources. Okay, it's just I've just seen this question in on this topic in the exam, so I thought of adding this in the slide. Yeah, very easy, right? Just to avoid over provisioning, under provisioning of EC2, EBS, container services, ECS, Elastic Container Services, and Lambda, we use Compute Optimizer. Okay. So that's about compute services like the EC2 and Lambda. Any questions, please? So far, no questions. Okay. Elastic block store are the volumes for EC2 instance. Okay. Now, when you are launching an instance, guys, give me a moment. Give me a moment. So if you see here, it is showing the free tier limits. Yeah. So storage space on EBS is 28.27 GB remaining. Ideally, it should be 30. So it's saying that 6% I have utilized it. I haven't used any volume IO. On Snapshot, I used 4% yesterday. In the last week, we took a snapshot, right, for the instance. And the Linux instance, I still have this many hours. You know what? An EC2 instance of T2 micro 1, free tier, okay? T2 micro is free tier. 1 VCP, you get it. Okay. So an EC2 instance of T2 micro, and of course the options has to be free tier like an AMI and other options also. You can run this EC2 instance for around 720 hours per month. And you can do it like that for an year like that, for 12 months, for a year. Now, if you say 720 hours, is it 720 or 750? Hmm. 1 second. $750. It's 750. Okay. So if you say 750 hours per month, if you run an EC2 instance 24/7 for 30 days, 24 hours for whole month, you'll get around 720 hours only. Even if you have 31 days, you'll have another 24, which is 744 hours. It's not even touching 750. Okay. That means you can run an EC2 instance 24/7 for 1 year. Okay. Now what if I have 2 instances? 750 by 2. If I have 3 instances, by 3. So it depends on number of instances you have. Overall, the number of hours you can use it is for 750 hours per month. Okay. It doesn't mean that you can simply keep running because you don't see any cost. I didn't mean in that way. Okay. So whenever you're not using it, it's a best practice that you need to terminate your instance. Okay. Don't forget, you will have some storage cost for the instances. So you can use around 30 GB for volumes of your EC2 instance, maximum. I'll explicitly tell you why you shouldn't keep it running later in the later weeks, okay? But for now, whenever you are done with your hands-on, just terminate it. And every day, every week, we will be creating the EC2 instances based on different scenarios. Yeah. So let's talk about EBS. So while you are launching an instance, so let me say EBS instance. While you are launching an instance, you will have a root volume by default. Yes. And we can add multiple volumes, correct? We discussed that. And these volumes are the EBS volumes. If I expand, these are the EBS volumes you could see. The type is EBS. Okay. Now the EBS volumes can be of different types. You have different volume types. EBS volume types. We have SSD volumes. We have HDD volumes. We also have magnetic volumes. SSD volumes is all about IOPS, input, output per second. One of the example can be a database. Application, whenever users make a request to the data, the application will give an input to the database and database will give an output. So if there are 100 requests per second, 100 IOPS is required. If I get 1000 requests, 1000 IOPS is required. So the type of SSD volume will be defined on the IOPS. The HDD volumes is all about throughput. Throughput, the speed, like the internet speed you have. Okay, how much data can be transferred? The YouTube live streaming, the throughput basically, the speed. The magnetic volumes are used for backup, infrequently accessed data. Like you might have heard of magnetic tapes, which usually organizations use for taking a backup. Okay. Now, under SSD volumes, you have general purpose, you have provision IOPS. Under general purpose, have GP2, have GP3. Under provision IOPS, you have IO1, IO2, and IO2 block express. The general purpose will give you 16,000 IOPS. If your application is having around up to 60,000, 16,000, you can go for general purpose one. IO1 and IO2 will give you 64,000 IOPS. IO2 block express will give you 256,000 IOPS. Now, even though general purpose GP2 and GP3 has the same IOPS, GP3 will give you better performance when compared to GP2. It's a recently introduced one. When I say recently, not yesterday, okay? Little, it was a few months back. Even though IO1 and IO2 will give you 64,000 IOPS, again, IO2 will give you better performance when compared to IO1. The cost also will be different. Okay? So depending upon the IOPS you wanted, you can choose. And now under HDD, you have throughput optimized, and cold HDD. So again, throughput optimized, if you wanted to go for speed, where the speed matters, you can go for throughput optimized. And cold HDD is used for cold data. What is cold data? Like if you see, let me, let's assume if a Netflix is down for 5 minutes, it becomes a hot news. What does it mean when I say hot news? It's everywhere, right? Now, what is hot data? The data where you access very, very frequently, very frequently. Now, if you access the data less frequently, it's called cold data. Okay. Now, if you have data where you access less frequently, then you can go for cold HDD. Even magnetic is also same, right? Magnetic also, I said that where you store the infrequently accessed data. But magnetic are the previous generation ones. Previous generation ones means older one. So even though both are used for cold data or infrequent access data, AWS recommends you to use cold HDD over magnetic volumes. Okay. So these are the different EBS volume types. So when you are creating a volumes, we can choose. Under the free tier, we have GP2 and magnetic one under the free tier. Okay. Yep, as far as I know. And we already discussed about other options. I told I will be talking about volume type later. Yeah, so that was covered now. So, and we also discussed that the data volumes can be removed, but the root volume cannot be. Okay. Now we will talk about explicitly data volumes because we cannot do much on root volumes. Yeah. So what I will do, first of all, I will launch an EC2 instance. Okay. And while we are launching an instance, while launching, we can add a volume. Just clicking on add new volume. But after launching an instance, what if I want to add a volume? Let's see that. Okay. As of now, for the instance, I'm having only root volume. I'll show you how to create a data volume explicitly and attach to one instance. Okay. Now that the volume is created, sorry, the instance is created, the instance volume can be seen under the elastic block store volumes, right? So this is the root volume. This is the root volume. Now, in order to explicitly create a volume, another volume, you have to click on create volume. You can go for GP2. Okay. So if I select GP3, I got a message, right? I want to see that. So SSD GP3 is now default selection. GP3 provides up to 20% lower cost per GP than GP2. No, but I'll go for GP2 only. Okay. I'll go for a volume type as GP2. And now by default, the size is selected as 100 GB, but we have only 30 GB under the free tier completely, like for all the instances. I utilized already 8 GB for my root volume. So I will create a volume with 1 GB. Okay. Because I have chosen general purpose, it is showing IOPS, no throughput. But if I go for magnetic, there will be no IOPS, no throughput. Okay. And here I can choose the availability zone. And if I have any snapshot, I can choose it. I can encrypt my volume as well. If I want to, of course, I'm not doing it. And I can also add a tag. So I can say test. And I can create a volume. Okay. Now that the volume is created and it's of magnetic type. Okay. Now, if I just scroll right, you see the volume state. So the root volume of that instance is in use and the data volume of the instance is in available state. That means the volume is not attached to an instance, isn't it? Correct. So while I'm creating a volume, do we have any option for instance? No, the instance is just created. Now I can see that it's an available state. That means it is not yet attached to any instance. Now I need to explicitly attach it to the instance which we have created. How do we do it? Select the volume, go to actions and attach volume. And if you could see here, it is saying there are no instances. But if I go to the instances, I actually have an instance. See? Now, if I see the message completely, it is saying no instance is in 1A. It is looking for 1A. But where is my instance? Where is my instance? It is in 1D. So that's come with the first point. your EC2 as well as your EBS volume must be in the same availability zone. Uh, they must be in the same availability zone. Okay. So, guys, 1 minute. I'm getting a call. 1 second, please. The EC2 instance as well as your EBS volume must be in the same availability zone. Okay. So, but I created a volume. My volume is in 1A, but the instance is in 1D. Okay. So obviously we cannot attach a volume to an instance which are in different availability zones. Okay. So I explicitly created in a different availability zone to show you that it is not possible to attach it. So now that I have created a volume, is it possible to change the availability zone? You cannot modify or change the availability zone of an EBS volume. So you should be careful when you're creating a volume explicitly. Okay. Because in real time, you will not have permissions to delete it. You'll have options to only create it. I mean, you may have permissions only to create it. Okay. So select the volume and just delete it. Now create another volume. This time I'll go for GP2. I'll go for 2 GB. I'll make sure I select the instance availability zone. My EC2 instance is in 1D. As you could see, it is in 1D. I will create a volume in the same availability zone. I would say data volume as a tag, and I will create it. Now that I created a data volume, it is in available state. If I go to actions and attach volume, it should allow us to attach it. Okay. Now that I created a 2 GB of volume, initially I'm okay with 2 GB. Now I wanted to increase the volume size. Now one way is create another volume and you can attach it. But another way is you can modify the volume size of an existing volume. How do we do it? Select the volume, go to actions, modify volume. Okay. Now you can not only modify the volume size, you can modify the volume type also. Okay. Initially you started with general purpose one. Now you want to go for provision. You can modify it. Of course, I'm not doing it now, but I'm just saying that we can modify the volume size type. Now, when it comes to volume size, I can increase it to 3 from 2. But can I decrease it to 1? So once you define a volume size already, first of all, we can modify the volume size and volume type. We can modify it. But the volume size can only be increased. It cannot be decreased. Okay. Now I already created a volume with 2 GB. Now I cannot decrease it. I can go to 3 or I can keep remain same. Okay. Now I'm going for 3. I'm modifying it to 3 and I confirm it so that it is saying the volume has been modified. If I do a refresh, it is showing us 3 GB. But if I scroll right, you see it is saying in use optimizing, means at the back end it is still modifying. After some time, it will be in use like this in green. It takes a while. Okay. Now, assume I have 2 instances in 1A and I have an EBS volume. When I say instances, they have root volumes with it. Okay. I did not explicitly mention it. I'm talking about the data volume. I have a data volume. Guys, you can hear me, right? It says my internet is unstable.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You
Yes.
can, okay, cool. So we have a data volume and I wanted to use this data volume from the second instance as well. Okay. So EBS is a dedicated volume. It's a dedicated volume. If you have a volume attached to an instance, the EBS volume can be accessible only from this instance. Okay. Now, if you need to access this volume from the second instance, you have to detach from the first instance and attach from the second instance, attach to the second instance. Okay. So EBS by default is a dedicated volume. Except there is a feature called EBS multi-attach. Multi-attach. Okay. That means we can access an EBS volume from multiple instances. How many? 16 maximum. Okay. And these instances must be of Linux distros built on Nitro systems. Nitro systems is a specific kind of a hardware which supports by AWS. Okay. And this EBS volumes should be of provisioned IOPS, not general purpose one. So it will cost us, not under free tier. And the instances as well as your EBS volume must be in the same availability zone. If you could satisfy these conditions, then yes, you can access an EBS volume from multiple instances up to 16. Otherwise, EBS is a dedicated volume. We can access an EBS only from one instance at a time. Now, let's assume I have 2 EC2 instances in 1A, another one in 1B. Now I have a data volume. Like I did here, can I detach it from the first instance and attach it to the second instance? Hello?
Different availability
No.
zone, right?
No. Why? They're in
Because
different availability zones.
yes.
So it's contradicting our first statement, right? So if I have two different if I have 2 instances in different availability zones, I can detach from first instance, but I cannot attach to the second instance because they're in 2 different availability zones. But what if I want to access the EBS volume from the second instance? So what I need to do is I need to take a snapshot. Okay. EBS is AZ specific. When I say AZ specific, when you create an EBS volume in 1A, it will be in 1A only. It is AC specific, availability zone specific. But when it comes to snapshot, it is region specific. The snapshot is available in all availability zones within the region. Okay. Now I can take a snapshot. Now, because snapshot is region specific, I can create a restore a volume from the snapshot in whichever availability zone I want it. Here, my instance is in 1B, so I'll create a volume in 1B and I can attach it. Make sense?
Yeah.
So now we created an instance, we created a volume, we attached it, right? Now let's take a snapshot from the volume, create a volume from the snapshot in 1B. We will launch an instance in 1B and we'll attach it. Our EC2 instance in 1D, right? It is in 1D. It is in 1D, right? So we will create a snapshot. We'll create a volume from the snapshot in 1B. We will launch an instance also in 1B and we will attach it. So in this process, I will show you how to create a snapshot and I'll also show you how to create a volume from the snapshot. We know how to attach already. Okay. So in order to take a snapshot, select the volume, go to actions, create a snapshot. I can say data. Sorry, I can just say snapshot or data. Create a volume snapshot. Create a snapshot. Okay. Now the snapshot which we create will be there in the left side navigation under the EBS. You have snapshots. You see, it is pending. It's wait to be completed state because it is 3 GB. It will not take much time. But we have to wait for that to complete it. Okay. So once the snapshot has been completed, then we'll create a volume. Okay. So by the time the snapshot is completed, let's launch an instance in 1B. Okay. Just to save time. So go to instances, launch an instance. I would say 1B instance. It's in 1B. Go for Ubuntu. So how do I select? How do I select the availability zone while I'm launching an instance? Go to network, edit the network options. Here you will have the availability zones. You see? Okay. So if I want to launch my instance in 1B, I can select that under the subnet. Okay. So I have created an instance of Ubuntu T2 Micro and in 1B and I'll simply launch it. Okay. Now go to view all instances. So if I do a refresh, it should be showing us the 1B. It is launched in 1B. Okay. Now the 1B is also have a root volume. So I will just go and rename it. So I'll say 1B root volume. Okay. Now that we took a snapshot, we created an instance. Now if a snapshot is ready, we'll try to create a volume from that. So go to snapshots. Seriously, why it is taking a lot of time? Usually it will be immediately available. Any questions, please? You're following me? Yes. Folks.
Yes, Anupama.
It's relevant to the disaster recovery. If we are going to create this kind of a scenario.
If you have instances in multiple availability zones and you want to use a volume, okay, so this is one way you can do it.
Okay. And is there anything to reduce cost in it, or because by seeing with the perspective of a customer or a consumer, I am very stakeholding person. Like I don't want to spend money, or somebody is like that. So, is there something we can use to reduce cost?
Where you are seeing that there is a cost.
See, if we will use instance, okay, it will cost us. For example, if it is a Windows server or it is RHEL server, okay, so it will cost us. I'm just asking for the initiative of organization, just not only for learning purpose, because if we will go in company.
Of course. Yeah. Don't worry. I understand. Just continue. Where you are seeing the cost, I wanted to ask so that I can explain on it. Don't worry. I understand where you're coming from. Okay.
It's like I have heard that S3 is the premium storage. Above that, there is nothing. Okay, it will give you speed. It will give you good storage. It is a very high spotted thing. So it will charge us. So it's like we have created a snapshot from this volume, and repeating this process, we have created a volume from the snapshot. So when we do have two volumes from
With the
one
same
snapshot.
data. Hmm.
Yes, exactly. So, can we do something like so the very first thing which is coming in my mind to reduce cost is that I don't know it is relevant or not, that we can use two virtual machine on this one volume only, so that one volume's cost will not be created there.
See, EBS multi-attach is introduced because of that only. Okay.
Oh,
And
it is
another thing is, um,
great.
see, I wanted to show you how to take a snapshot, how to create a volume from the snapshot. That is, as I created this scenario. Ideally, if they want to use a common volume, they'll go for multi-attach. There are many other options which we have. We will be discussing in the coming classes.
Okay,
Okay.
okay,
This
done.
scenario is just I created so that I can show you a few options. Yeah, how to work with EBS. That's it.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now the snapshot has been completed. Now let's create a volume from the snapshot and attach it. So how do we create? Select the snapshot, actions, create volume from the snapshot. Okay. And I'll make sure I'm choosing JP2. And I'm choosing what? 1B because I want the volume to be in 1B. Okay. And I will name it as 1B data volume. Okay. Now a volume is being created in the volumes. I should be seeing 4. So 1B data volume is the one which I created recently. It is in available state. Now I wanted to attach this volume to the EC2 instance, the fourth part. Okay. So select the volume, go to actions, attach volume, and select the instance, attach it. Clear?
Done.
Any other questions, please? Okay, so let me show you how to go for
Anupam,
database.
I do have a question, sorry.
Yes, please.
So instead of creating a snapshot and attaching it, anyhow it is going to cost. So how it is different from creating another volume and attaching it? I know the data will be captured. I guess that's the only difference.
Come again, Ashish. Come again.
So how it is different, like creating a snapshot and attaching it, sorry, rather than we create another new volume How it is different?
So
It's
it is no
anyhow.
different. No. See, if you have some data,
Yes.
have some data, and you want to access the data from the second instance also,
Mhm.
then if you create a new volume, the data will not be there in the new volume, right?
Mhm.
Then
Okay.
you take a snapshot and create a volume that way.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's very much same. If you create a new volume or take a snapshot from a volume, it's very much same. No different. But if you have some data in it, then of course it makes a lot of difference.
Got it. Thank you.
So now tell me, folks, I have two instances, each instance having two volumes, one root, one data volume. If I terminate my instances, what will happen to my volumes? Hello?
The root volume will be deleted, but your data volume will be remain. So we have to
Volumes will remain
delete
same.
that.
Cool.
If we delete the instance, embed the instance, but it will not affect our volumes.
So you're saying the volumes will be there.
See, I hope we have opted for that option that need
By
not.
default. By default.
Yes, exactly. That one.
So when I say by default, what are the options for root and data?
It will get
Root
deleted
volume
and
will be deleted, but the data volume will not be deleted.
yes.
So my instance are terminated. Now if I go to volumes, if I do a refresh, my root volumes are deleted and I have the data. You see the importance of tags. My data volumes are there, detached from the instance, and they're in available state. Okay. So by default means if I don't enable or disable anything, if you buy a new phone, you'll have default settings. Okay. Now by default, the root volume is enabled, means the delete on termination is enabled for root volume and delete on termination is disabled for data volume. So the data volumes will not be deleted. AWS don't want to delete by default. If you explicitly want it, you can enable it. Okay. Now, as a part of cleanup, you have to make sure you delete the data volumes, the instances, and also importantly the snapshot. Clear?
Yes.
Any questions, please? Okay. So let me complete the slides. We don't have much. Slides, many slides. We'll just complete this slides and then I'll give time for you to do the hands-on post break. Okay. So first of all, we'll come to the slides and then you can go for a break. And after that, we will see what can be done. EBS. EBS volumes are network attached volumes. Instance store volumes are the volumes which are in the same host computer. Yes, we learned it, right? I mean, very much we already covered most of it, but there are a few points which I want to cover here. Okay. Coming to the volume types, we have SSD volumes, HDD volumes, and magnetic volumes. This is also done. Now coming to the encryption, we can encrypt any kind of an volume. It can be an SSD volume or HDD or magnetic. Okay. You'll see the same performance on encrypted volumes as on unencrypted volumes with a minimal effect on latency. It's like this. I have an EC2 and I have a network attached EBS volume. And I enable the encryption. It is encrypted. Now, when a user is trying to store data, the data will encrypt here. The encryption would happen at the EC2 end, and the encrypted data will be stored in the EBS volume. When you are retrieving the data, the decryption would happen at the EC2 end, and the data would be retrieved to the user. Now, as a user, he don't see any difference in accessing the data because the encryption and decryption is happening at the AWS end. So he would access the same way how he's accessing it. But at the back end, the data will be encrypted. Okay. Now, because when user is trying to access the data has to be decrypted before the user access it. That is the reason you will see a slight latency, a minimal effect on latency. You will have the same performance on encrypted volumes as on unencrypted volumes with a minimal effect on latency. But the user will access the same way how he accessed unencrypted volumes. Okay. Now, when you encrypt a volume and attach to an instance, the following types are encrypted. Means the data which is in the volume is encrypted. Data moving between instance and volume is encrypted because the encryption decryption is happening here. If you take a snapshot from an encrypted volume, that also will be encrypted. And if you create another volume from the snapshot, that also will be encrypted. Whatever you do with encrypted volumes, everything will be encrypted.
Okay.
Now coming to the lifecycle manager. See, let's assume that you have an important application and you want to take a backup very regularly, like, 3 to 4 times in a day. So you can rely on a resource saying that, to take a backup every day, 4 times. Okay. Now, when you're doing manually, we may miss sometimes. Okay. So if you want to automate this process, basically, you can go for lifecycle manager as it says, the slide says. So with the help of lifecycle manager, you can automate the creation. Not only that, you can define the retention also. So maybe once a snapshot has been created, I want to keep it for a year. After a year, I want to delete it. So you can define the retention period also. So automation, basically, machines doesn't make any mistakes if you properly configure it. Okay. So what we can do is we can define a regular backup, how frequently you want it. It would be useful for internal compliance or for your auditors. Okay. It also save cost by deleting the outdated backups. Okay. So what is the difference between the snapshot and AMI? Hello? If someone would like to try answering this?
AMI is an image of operating system, you can say, or snapshot is something data stored in that AMI.
AMI is image of your software configuration, and a snapshot is basically backup of your data. Am I right?
Half of it.
And snapshot has volume, so it too has data.
Let's assume I have an EC2 instance. Okay. An image is a backup of the whole instance. Isn't it? When I say image,
Yes, yes.
I get an AMI. AMI cannot exist without a snapshot of root volume. And when I say image of the whole instance means I'll get a snapshot for data volume also. If I have 10 volumes, image means backup of the whole.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Now, whereas snapshot is explicitly a backup of a volume. Okay. Now, you may not or need not take an image of the instance very regularly, but you may want to take a backup of volume regularly. Correct. You hardly update your application once in a quarter or once in a year, but data will be keep on updating. So you may want to take a backup of that volume frequently when compared to taking a backup of your whole instance. Okay. Now, The difference between root volume and data volumes are, root volumes will have the operating system files, libraries, applications data, whereas data volumes will have only the data, right? And when you take a snapshot of these volumes, they are incremental backups. Okay. So incremental backups is basically like this. Let's try to understand this. I have created a volume of 15 GB. Okay. In that, I have 10 GB of data. Oh, sorry. No. I have a volume of 10 GB. Let's start from the beginning. I have a volume of 10 GB. Now, if you take a snapshot, it'll have 10 GB of data. Sorry, 10 GB of snapshot capacity. Okay. Now, in that volume, I added 4 GB of data. If you take a second snapshot, A is already taken. If you take a second snapshot, the second snapshot will have only the data which got modified when compared to the first snapshot. Okay. Now, when compared to the first snapshot, 6 GB will be referred from the previous snapshot, and the new snapshot will have only the 4 GB of data. So the snapshot storage is only 4 GB. Now, later I have added another 2 GB of data, and I have taken the third snapshot. The third snapshot will have only the updated data when compared to the previous snapshot. Okay. And it will take reference from the previous snapshots for the same data. It's like this. I have an EBS volume and I have 1 GB of data. Now I have taken a first snapshot. This snapshot will have same 1 GB of data. Now I have added another 3 GB of data. Now if I take another snapshot, the second snapshot will have only the updated data which got recently changed, okay, with a reference of first snapshot, because whenever you are taking a new snapshot, first of all, it will check what is the previous snapshot is having. Okay, it is having only 1 GB of data, and then another 3 GB is being modified or added later after creating a snapshot. So it will have only the changes which was made. Okay, even though the whole EBS volume is of 4 GB, the first snapshot will be of 1 GB. Okay, the second snapshot will be of 2 GB, 3 GB, sorry, 3. Okay. So this is called incremental backups. Why kind of? Because to save the time. See, let's assume I have an EBS volume of 1000 GB. Now I have taken a snapshot. It has 1000 GB of data. Now I have added 1 GB of data. Now if I take a second snapshot, if it is not incremental backup, it has to take the backup of the whole, like 1001 GB of data, right? So if it is taking X time, if it is not incremental backups, it will take X plus Y time. The time which has taken plus the new ones. Because it is incremental backup, it will have only Y time, like just 1 GB of data as a backup with a reference of snapshot 1 to save the time. Okay. Instance of volumes we already covered. These are the temporary volumes. Okay. So when the instance fails or instance stops, if it's an EBS bag, we can stop our instance, right? So the instance volumes will be deleted. But these instance volumes can be used for buffers, cache, temporary data, scratch data, etc. If it is okay, even if you lose, that's fine. You can go for instance volumes. So that's about the EBS. Any questions, please?
Yes. Do these other services of AWS comes under EBS only, the storage services like bulk storage, huge storages like I hope data lake is there and glacier is there. So these also comes under EBS or these
No,
are
the
some
EBS
different.
are the block level storage, block storage.
Mhm.
Okay. Now data lakes are something which will be run on S3. Glaciers are what is one of the storage class of S3.
Okay, so if somebody asked me just define the type of storages, so EBS is one of the type of storage in which any kind of data can be stored. Like if it is a file storage, then it can be stored. If it is undefined or like there are some kinds of storages, na
Yeah,
files.
we have block level storage, we have file level storage, and object level storage. EBS
Yes.
are block level.
So
Okay.
what makes it see it has a word block level storage, so what special is there that I can just make
Say
someone.
that the data will be stored in blocks. When you say file level storage, the data will be stored in hierarchy, like in file system. If
So
it is a object level storage, the objects will be stored as a whole. It will not divide any further.
if I
Uh,
take an example that and I am having, for example, I am having 20 Excel sheets. Okay, so in what phrase it will lie that it will lie in file storage, and can you please give me an example of each storage in simple way so that I can catch it out?
okay, let me just try to explain it.
Like if we have videos, then in what tier it will come, and if we have Excel sheets, then in what tier it will come.
So let's assume I have a file one .txt. Okay. Now I
Okay.
can store this in my in my laptop. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. Now if I want to edit this file, so when I store it in my basically if I store in block store, the
Mhm.
file will be divided into blocks. At the back end, the file will be divided into small parts, and they have their own kind of addresses, and they'll not store in one place, they will store in different places. Block level storage is what that's what.
Like
Okay.
it is micromanagement.
Micromanagement.
Sorry,
Each and
monolithic or something is it is like that, no? Monolithic and micro services. So does it
that's
resolve?
nowhere. Hold on, Sharma.
Okay.
Completely deviating. You are completely deviating. Okay, that is nowhere related to microservices. Okay, it is
Oh,
just a data. Microservices are all basically the processes.
and visualization will be same in both GUI and CLI.
Yeah, if you are storing in block level,
Uh,
the files will be stored in blocks. Okay. If you are talking about file systems,
mhm.
in Linux, if you could see, everything is like directories, like file under a file. It's like this.
Yes,
Uh,
yes.
if you have a folder one, and then you can have a file like .txt file. Okay. Some x.txt. And in that folder, you can have another folder. And then you can have some y.txt and z.txt.
Yes.
And then you can have another folder. So this is file system.
Mhm.
Now, object level storage is like your Google Drive. So if I have the same file1.txt or file2 whatever, if you store in object level storage, the file will store as a whole. It will not divide into any blocks. It will not divide into any folders also.
So
The objects store as a whole.
what is the purpose of dividing it? Because
So when you update this, so when you keep on, when you try to modify it, it will modify by adding a block or modifying that block. But if you see this object level storage, the one of the best example is Google Drive. So
okay.
now I'll tell you, open a Google Drive, okay, in the break whenever you have time,
Mhm.
okay. Now open your Google Drive, upload a file and try to edit it. Will you be able to do it?
Pen drive, so I can
Not pen drive. I said Google Drive.
exactly. I'm saying Google Drive only. Pen drive, I can edit it.
Okay, check it,
I
check
haven't
it,
tried
check
it
it.
yet.
That's okay. Don't do it now. So
Uh,
check it. So you cannot usually edit Google Drive. In Google Drive, if you already upload a file, okay, try to edit it and let me know. So object level storage is basically where you cannot edit that file. You store it stores as a whole. You cannot edit that.
okay. If it is there, then it is there. You have to download it.
Correct,
You want to make some modifications.
correct. But here in block level storage, we can modify it and then just say save. It will automatically stores.
For example, we do have license of Microsoft 365 basic business standard, and we can use that on internet also and in our laptop also. So can it be an example to understand?
No, I didn't understand.
No, like there are licenses now, like Microsoft 365 licenses are there, and which Teams comes, Teams chat and all the things like Suite.
Those are all applications, Sharma.
Okay, okay,
I'm talking about simple data.
okay. I'll try to get it.
Yeah. If I have a simple file, we can store in different, depending upon the file type, basically storage type, we can store it.
Okay.
Mm.
So there is block storage, there is
File storage
file storage,
and then object storage.
and what about this block and blob? Is this the same like block storage?
Which one?
Block and blob is an option in AWS, no? When we select for storages.
Blob? You said blob?
Yes, yes, block and blob.
You mean blob?
Exactly.
So
Block.
blob is an Azure service, not in AWS. You're getting confused again.
I used a pricing calculator in which, okay, I'll let you know. I'll
Mm.
make myself correct.
That's okay.
Thanks, thanks.
Yeah, that's right. So block level storage is EBS here, file level storage is EFS in AWS, and
Mhm.
object level storage is S3.
Okay, and these storages, the pricing of these storages depends upon their nature or depends upon data size only. Like,
No, their nature.
okay,
Mm.
so the cheapest will be file storage.
No, we cannot say that. Cannot say that. So we don't see when we talk about different storage type, we don't see in terms of cost only.
Okay.
Okay, based on our usage. Okay, so if you want to know the price difference, try this pricing pages,
Mhm.
or you have an AWS pricing calculator.
Yes, yes, I know that.
Did I show about? Yes, I did.
Have we done it before?
Did I have shown you this pricing calculator part?
I hope one time you have shown this.
Ah, so compare there. Pricing is something which you need to compare. This the pricings will not be asked in the exam, and we really don't worry about it unless you need to compare with two different kinds of it. Okay. So again, now when I say because let's assume EBS is cheap. So because EBS is cheap, you cannot use EBS for everything. What I'm trying to say is they have their own use cases. That is the reason we have different types of storage types. So,
Okay,
okay. So you cannot go every time with cost.
okay.
Mm.
So if I am uploading or downloading, and may I know, are all these three storages, sorry, these storages are lying under SSD only, or we do have option of HDD also in all these three?
Uh, so in EBS we have SSDs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. HDDs. Even in EFS you can see it like a general purpose and throughput.
Okay,
But in S3, the you don't measure like that.
okay,
You measure based on the request which you make. That's it.
okay. And
So we
how
have request cost.
And how to calculate that? If, for example, I am coming to you and I'm
Pricing calculator, everything pricing
no, no,
calculator.
no,
You
no,
will have different options in pricing calculator.
no.
In
I'm just asking that if I come to you and I say that Anupama, I just want to host an application, okay, and that application is attendance application, in which my four branches data will be just fetching in one server. Okay, like a file server is there. So, and I am asking you to make it very fast, and I just want to upload and download data in a very fast manner. So, according to this, you will decide that you will be giving me this S3, or in S3, it will be having some division like SSD or SDD, or there is something different that I don't know about it.
use cases, you need to explore use cases.
Okay. And will we explore use cases?
Sorry?
Are we going to explore some use cases?
No, not
Okay.
explicitly.
Okay. Can you please share me some use cases so that I can make these things clear?
Simple. Okay, see. Okay, what I suggest is you can just say EBS use cases. So official documentation page, you can refer it. Okay, and you can see use cases here. When for what it can use, what customers, you can explore the customers, how they have used EBS and they got benefited. Sometimes you would see their applications architecture also, if you're lucky enough. Okay, so what are the
The
benefits of
same, the same thing I was coming. Sorry to make it more, you can say that I hope you asked me to make it more interactive, so it is gone a long way in interaction. But I just want to ask it out of the curiosity that are we going to learn some thing that it can be implemented to make architecture, as like you are showing some images to us, and there are some diagrams on it. That is architecture. So are we going to learn some architectures also, like somebody's, as like I gave you an example of application server of attendance. So how the things will start and how it is going to close. So are we going to learn that also?
comes
Uh,
to architecture, we will talk about VPC. I don't mind you interacting in the class, okay, answering first of all. That's okay, you can ask as many as questions you have. I don't mind answering it. As I said, uh, if I am covering in the class, definitely I would let you know that. Otherwise, as I said, yes, you can explore this way. So each and every service, if you just say EBS or EFS use cases,
Mm.
okay, now you would be having some official AWS links. Okay, you see this logo. So you can just go through that and then explore about the customers and all. Okay. Now, when it comes to architecture, we don't take a real-time scenario. When I say real-time scenario, I cannot explain the architecture or I cannot create an architecture of that particular customer. But when it comes to architecture, we will talk about VPC, how to create a network, how to create a subnets, and how to have an application on an instances, um, how to create an application servers, not explicitly application. Okay.
mhm.
Because applications again, which will be relevant to the development side. Okay. So we don't have an application, but I'll show you how to create an architecture if you wanted to deploy an application and database.
Yes, just basic tactics so that it can be implemented in every scenario.
Of course, yes,
Like, I
yes.
just
So please explore this agenda. In agenda, I have shown you what are all the services which I am covering. In that, one of the important topic is VPC, which we will be covering in the next week.
yes, I was exploring it. It is there.
Okay?
Great, great.
Yeah, yeah. So if we go to same way EFS, which is a file level storage, you will see for what it be used, what are the customers who are using it. Okay, some basic architecture which they are using it. See,
Yes,
something like this.
yes, this thing.
Okay. So you can explore how they are using EFS and how they got benefited.
Everybody
And
has thinking process, and everybody can use these services in different manners. So how to decide that what manner suits us
when you
to?
know about a service, that you would understand, okay, for what it can be used. For example, if you have a glass, if you have a bowl, you know that you can have water in the glass and rice in the bowl, but not vice versa, right?
Hmm.
So when you know about a particular thing, then you would understand it. That's where the architecting will come into picture. So that's what you are learning actually. So when I talk about block storage, so
Mhm.
then immediately remember, okay, there is an EBS, which I haven't. If the customer is saying no, we are actually using a file storage, it's a file server, then you should be knowing that okay, we have EFS here. And if they're talking about object level storage, or if they're talking about unlimited storage in AWS, we say S3. So
Ex-
when you know about services and exploring the features, then you would know it. Okay, what service can be used? So architect roles and responsibilities. One of the role is this one only. Based on the client, the architects directly interact with client. Based on the requirement, they explore what services can be used.
Yes, because if someone will come, then he or she will come like, I have this thing, give me storage or suggest me something that where I can store it. So,
It's a best practice that you have to take all the requirements from the customer, each and every point,
uh,
and based on that, you can explore it. Because when you directly see, for example, if I go for documentation,
mhm,
if you go to documentation and if you just select, let's assume storage,
mhm,
you have these many storage services. You should be knowing for what we are using what. So when you know about the services, then if a client comes, you will be able to answer.
yes,
So likewise, yes, you can explore in different categories. There are different categories. The database related to storage.
and how will I get a questionnaire in my mind that if somebody is asking for storage, then I have to ask these questions, or is there a list AWS is providing? Like if you have some this scenario, then you can ask this question, or it will come by experience only.
So see, it's not about that question, this question. You just have to take all the requirement from the customer. When I say all the requirement, at least they should be knowledgeable on what they are asking for. Based on that, we can search it. It's not about what kind of question. See, if I say um, to use a server, for example, this is the only service which we covered so far, right? So when
Yes.
I say use a server, and if I say use a server on AWS, now the first thing which comes in your mind is what? EC2. Now
Virtual machine.
if I explicitly say, you see my server, I don't want to share it on any hardware. I want to be isolated because I'm going for financial application or a
Mhm,
bank application. It should be very secure. These are
mhm.
my requirements. And I would say they should be isolated. You might be using cloud, but it should be isolated. So I would say my security is my number one priority.
Yes.
Now, if I say I want to run on containers, you have to search, okay, what are the container services you have in AWS? Now, when even if a client give one requirement, let's say client says they want to deploy an application. Now you need to explore, okay, in AWS, what are all the services you have on an for deploying an application? Shall I go for EC2? Shall I go for Beanstalk? Shall I go for container? Shall I go for ECS or EKS? Now you come back to client and ask, okay, which application you are trying to deploy? So
Hmm.
how do you want the server to be? Shall we go for a managed one, or you want to manage it completely? So if a client doesn't know anything, you, as per your knowledge, you expert and go to the client.
Okay.
It's not just with AWS. Any knowledge which you have, if you're interacting with the client, that's how you usually interact. Make sense?
Makes sense.
Hmm.
Cool. Some up to some extent, things are clear, but I'll ask you again if I get stuck somewhere.
No worries. I can feel you from where you're coming. I understand. But see, uh, this you will gain it over a period of time, and then you could start. First of all, you should start working on AWS and doing some projects with a low level role, and then you become an architect, and then you interact with clients. So no fresher will become an architect. Even they're having 3 to 4 years, also will not become an architect. So architect needs some minimum 8 to 10 years of experience in their field as well as in AWS. Then they become an architect, and then you interact with clients this way. So even in organizations, they will not make you sit in front of a client without any experience in AWS. Okay. So even if you are in such kind of position, you have AWS support team who could help for you by taking different plans. So you can ask your organization to go for different support plans. If you remember, we discussed about the support plans, like a developer plan, business plan, enterprise plan. So based on that, you
The
can talk
demos.
with them, and then you can take their help. So you
Mm-hmm.
will not be alone, definitely not. If explicitly, if it is an important client, and if you become the face of it, uh, there will be a team who would be working for it. First of all, you have to take any of the plans based on the client you have, and then they will give you a lot of resources, same way I'm doing it, to explore it. They will not give you straightforward answer whatever you want it exactly the same. No.
Yes, yes,
Okay, they will give you the resources where you explore it. You have to do your work, then yes, you can satisfy or you can answer to the client.
yes.
Clear? Mm.
And one thing more. Actually, I the instance that I created a few days before. So I just terminated that. I just raised the volume, but somehow Snapshot got stuck in some days, and it is
Cost.
not getting deleted.
No, first of all, you need to deregister the AMI, then delete the snapshot. Share your screen.
I have done the process. AMI is deleted, but
Share
that's
your screen. That's okay. Yeah.
that's fine.
Sharing will help me.
This is the scenario here.
Give me the control.
Hmm.
Could you please log in?
Yeah.
You are learning DevOps. Lot of bookmarks.
Sorry,
Are you learning DevOps?
a little bit.
Okay.
Are you just checking it by this root user and I am user?
Come again?
Are you checking it by seeing this root user and I am user?
Your favorites.
Your favorites. Basically the bookmarks.
I try to get.
So if you see the bookmarks, you have a lot of DevOps, DevOps, DevOps.
Yes, yes. I just try to explore, but I can't get these things, so I just
No
make them.
worries. That's okay. Okay. Try after some time. It is still trying to.
And if you go to this snapshots, na, then just see the date of what it is stuck.
Correct.
and it is stuck somewhere. I don't know. I just tried to talk to support also from one of my friend's account, corporate account. So, but they they people don't reply.
Uh, so you deleted the AMI last week itself?
Yes, I just tried. For other virtual machine, everything got cleared in a smooth way, but this somehow stuck. And I am little bit afraid of, although I have just used this CloudWatch service to my email, so that if there is something getting generated, then it will notify me. But I am a little bit afraid that it will generate some bills.
When a AMI is already deregistered, you shouldn't be having any.
Yes, this is the thing.
Okay.
Can you please tell me? Uh, what thing did I wrongly do?
No, usually you should be seeing the AMI,
Mm-hmm.
whatever the AMIs which you have created,
Mm-hmm.
so that you can deregister and then you can find the snapshot. But you couldn't find, I mean, I couldn't find any AMI. So I went from the snapshot, found the AMI, and then deleted. That's it.
Okay. And it was saying that it was registered with instance. So,
Correct. From instance only we created an image, right?
okay. But instance was terminated. Still, it was having some
They
connection.
become independent.
Okay, okay. Great. What
Yeah.
an experience. Thanks for this.
Guys, make sure you do the cleanup before you leave the class, okay, to avoid cost. So, Akshat, just check your billing,
Ah, I have checked. I have just implemented that uh, CloudWatch.
billing alert.
Yes,
Okay.
billing alert.
No, I'm just asking, check your billing if it is zero, because usually snapshots, if you keep for longer time, it may cost you. Okay.
Shall I share your screen again?
Sure. Give me the control.
Okay.
Yeah, it's zero. No worries. That's okay. Guys, let's go for a break. Post break, we'll see. Yeah. Happy break. Sorry for
Thanks.
the delay. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, is everyone back?
Yes.
So I'll just create a breakout room so that you can complete the lab. Okay. So you can refer the Google Drive lab to EBS. Okay. So if you have completed the EBS, little soon try for lab challenge and treasure hunt if you have any. Okay. So once you're done the lab, please come to the main session. And if you still have time for others to join to come to the main session, you can try for lab challenge. Otherwise, it's like a homework. Am I clear? So for now, you just have to complete whatever I have shown you in the class. You just need to complete that. Okay. So if others are doing still doing the lab, you can try the lab challenge just to save the time. Clear? Yes. Hello.
Yes, Anupam.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you are stuck somewhere, you can just call for help. Just check with your team members. If they're not able to help you, then just call me. I'll get a notification. I'll join back. I'll join to your room.
Yeah.
Okay. So please do join to your rooms. I'm just opening now. Folks, could you please join back to your room? Everyone. Ashish, Devasujita, and Nikhila, could you please join to your room?
Hi, Anupama. Means like when it will be like again the session will start.
Sorry, come again.
No, when again the session will restart.
Uh, Once everyone completes, Sujita.
Okay. Means like some are there in that breakout session, I guess. We were
Correct,
discussing, so
correct,
we
correct.
can join. So they are waiting there. So like, can I ask them to join back here? So
Once they are done, yes, of course.
no, we were discussing like few people were there, so we can.
No, I didn't understand. Can you please repeat it?
No, few people were there. Means like they are back. Means like is that like we can join right once we are back to this meeting room?
So you are there with you, Nikhila and Ashish were there in the rooms, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So now what?
No, we were discussing like once means like done, we can join back right here. So we were
Of
only
course.
there, so no one joined. So we got confused whether it is this is the correct one or not like that.
Oh, okay. So yes. So once you're done, you can come back to the main session. You completed?
Okay.
You folks completed?
Hello.
Sujita, can you hear me, ma?
Yeah.
No, I'm
Yes, I can.
asking, have you folks completed the lab?
No.
No. Okay. Please continue doing it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Anupama.
Yeah, Rajesh.
Yeah, so myself, Akshat, Amit, and Naveen, we just finished the task.
Superb. We just have 3 participants. We'll wait for some more time, like another 10 minutes, and I'll just pull everyone, okay?
Sure, no worries.
Yeah, cool. Thanks.
Anupama,
Have you
in the
tried this lab challenge, folks? Have you tried this lab challenge?
just a moment, please.
Lab challenge.
I hope no.
Okay, you can try doing that by the time they come back to the main session, okay?
In the meanwhile, can you please let us know because we are not confident enough that we have done all things in that regulatory manner.
Come again, what is that? Sorry.
Can you please cross-check it out that the things we have done?
Oh, sure. Share your screen.
Sharing.
Go to snapshots.
Okay. This is lab 2 is 1A
No.
and
Go to snapshots.
it is in snapshots. I hope it is taking a little more time to visualize yours on our screens.
Now go to volumes. Probably. No. No, you haven't done correctly. Shoot. You have this. Can I get the control?
Hmm.
So this volume you haven't created from the snapshot, isn't it? You haven't created, right? But it's supposed to be created from the snapshot.
No, the first one we created as per the snapshot, I think.
Now, first one should be created ideally. First of
Okay.
all, you will launch an instance, you create another volume and you attach it. There is no point here. There is no snapshot here in the
Okay.
first instance.
Right.
Now for the first instance volume, you take a snapshot and then you create a volume from the snapshot and attach it.
Okay. Create snapshot.
No, I will not do it. I'm just trying to delete the existing one. And Sharma, you are using the different ones. Can you please check into that? Please be cautious in selecting the volume type and the volume size. Okay, so it may charge you unnecessarily.
I just opt for 2 GB for second one to see the difference.
No, the volume type which you have chosen is not GP2. That's what I'm talking, not the volume size.
We have chosen for GP2, na? Rajesh?
Yeah. It's from GB2 only.
It was showing by default GP3, but we have just opted for GP2. See, the type is GP2.
No, I deleted one, right? That is GP3.
That was
That is
not
the
done by
reason.
me.
That is the reason I actually deleted so that you can avoid charges. That's
Oh,
okay. Ignore it. Ignore it
thanks,
for now.
thanks.
Now you have a snapshot now. Create a volume from the snapshot in the availability zone of the second instance, probably in 1B, and attach it. Okay. So now for the second instance, you have only one volume, which is the root volume. Now create a volume from the snapshot and attach to the instance.
Okay. Right.
Good. If everyone done the same way, please delete the extra volume. And create a volume from the snapshot and attach it so that you will know how to take a volume from the snapshot.
I created the volume. I mean the second volume from the snapshot.
Yes. Whoever created
Okay,
wrong,
can,
please.
can you, Anupama, can you put us back to the room, breakout room? Is it possible?
You can join back. It's
Oh,
not possible for me to add you back because you're already in the rooms as per host.
So in what place
Because
we have
you
breakout room is there?
explicitly hold on. You explicitly came
Mhm.
to main session. You will have an
correct.
option where you can join back.
Oh, is it? Okay,
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
there is an option of it is.
Okay, can you just tell me where it is? Which one is that?
Just click on breakout rooms
Okay, okay,
and
join breakout room. Okay,
yes. Room 2 is there.
okay, we'll go on to that. Yeah, we'll join that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, looks like everyone is in the main room.
Yes, Anupama, shall I share you my screen?
I saw your screen, Akshat. You're right. You have done correctly.
Okay, good.
And actually, there is a little bit confusion.
It
While
happens.
while
Because
creating a volume and then creating a snapshot, then again fetching a volume from that snapshot and then attaching it to the instance.
correct.
And the naming conventions will help us to remove this confusion.
Tags, correct.
Thanks.
Tags, correct.
Yes, yes, yes.
You're doing as a whole. Superb.
Yeah.
Well,
Folks, please do the cleanup. I'll give 2 minutes. Terminate your instances.
so
If you want me to check, I'll check. Guys, if you have any doubts, okay. So let me check if you have any doubts, first of all. Any questions?
first we have to terminate the instance,
Delete
and
the
then we
volumes.
have to go for volume
Delete the snapshot.
and then snapshot.
First, terminate the instances. By the time the instances are terminated, you delete the snapshot. And then you come back to volumes. You should be seeing 2 volumes, which are detached and available state. Delete them as well.
Instance are terminated. Going for snap volumes.
Everyone done with the hands on and now clean up.
Yes, done.
MD?
Yes, done.
Yes.
Super. And shall we go forward?
Nupama, I am not
Please
able
submit
to
it.
delete the volume. It is faded.
So Akshat, are the instances terminated?
Oh, no.
Wait, please wait. If the instances are terminated, then try deleting the volumes. In that meanwhile, you can try deleting the snapshots.
Yes,
So
snapshot
because
is
they are depending on each other, see, we are integrating, no?
there.
So you will have, you just have to wait for the instances or the components has to be detached and then you can delete them. Done?
All clear.
So EFS is, first of all, EFS stands for Elastic File System, Amazon EFS. EFS is also a volume for our EC2 instance. Okay. So we also learned that EBS is also a volume. But if both EBS and EFS are volumes, for instance, let's understand the difference between two. Okay. Now let's compare each point of EBS. Please go on mute. Let's compare each point of EBS with EFS. Okay. Now, in order to attach an EBS volume for an EC2 instance, both should be in same availability zone. Both EC2 and EBS should be in same availability zone. But when it comes to EFS, by default, EFS is region specific. So because by default EFS is region specific, wherever your EC2 instance can be, in whichever availability zone it can be in 1A or 1B or 1C, in any availability zones within the region, you will be able to mount to this EFS, attach or mount, whatever. Okay. Now, we cannot change the availability zone of an EBS volume once it is created. So here we need not change. This EFS by default is available in all availability zones. We can modify the volume size and volume type, but the volume size can only be increased, it cannot be decreased. Now, when it comes to EFS, we can modify the volume type, basically whether you want to go for general purpose one or you want to go for max IO, like max input output. You can still change the volume type. But when it comes to volume size, we don't define any volume size in EFS. Okay, you create the file system and then you start pushing data into it. And according to a data, your EFS would expand itself and automatically shrink back. So this EFS is a scalable and elastic. Okay. Now, if you have 10 GB of data, you get charged for 10 GB. If I have 2.5 GB of data, you get charged exactly the same. Okay. Now you can increase the data where your EFS would automatically expands and you'll be paying for whatever you're using it. And if you delete your data, it would shrink back automatically. And again, you'll be paying for whatever you're using it. For example, in EBS, let's assume you created an EBS volume. EBS of 10 GB of capacity, volume size. This is the volume size. Now, whether you have 1 GB of data or 10 GB of data, doesn't matter. You get charged for 10 GB, right? Because you created with a volume size of 10 GB. But in EFS, it's not like that. According to your data, you get charged, pay as you go. Now, EBS is a dedicated volume. So EBS can be accessible only from one instance at a time by default. But based on few exceptions, we can access the EBS from multiple instances, that too 16 instances based on built on Nitro systems. And also they should be of Linux workloads. Okay. Otherwise, EBS is a dedicated volume. Now, when it comes to EFS, EFS is a shared volume. We can access the EFS from multiple availability zones. Okay. In order to mount to this EFS. Okay, so the instances can be in any availability zone, and we can access EFS from thousands of instances, not 16. Like in EBS, we have limited where we can access only 16, from only 16 instances, we can access an EBS. But EFS is like a shared volume. We can access from thousands of instances. Okay. Now, the sixth point is if you have EC2 instance in different availability zones, and if you have a common volume, you need to take a snapshot and create a volume from the snapshot. We can rule off completely because the instances from different availability zone will be directly able to mount to this EFS. Now, if we understand the difference between EBS and EFS, EBS is like a dedicated volume. Like if you are working in any organization, the laptop or the desktop which is given to you, the volumes are like an EBS ones. I mean, as an example, I'm just trying to create an analogy. Now, each and every project will have a shared path. If you're aware of it, you will have a common files, like common project files, which they want to share to each and every team member, like a shared path where everyone can access that files. EFS is something like that. So EFS is like a shared volume. Okay. So comparing EBS and EFS, those are the differences. Any questions so far?
I do have one with availability zone.
Mm.
When we I just want to know that how can we cross check or cross verify, or we can implant this availability zone. I am still out of this availability zone picture. I am not getting this availability zone. So can you please give something more to get understood availability zone scenarios attaching or detaching there, and how are we able to see that. See, when we created in this our lab a few minutes ago, so we have opted for 1A with a different machine and 1B with different machine. But In that, in your PPT, it was written that create one instance from into availability zones. So, how we are going to differentiate it?
No. Create an instance into different. Create an instance in one availability zone. Create another instance in another availability zone. So probably it's like a typo. Okay. Now we cannot have a machine in two different availability zones. Now let's come to the basic part. What is a region and availability zone, Akshat?
Region is a place where thousands of servers are placed.
Region is a thousands of servers, huh? Akshat? If you remember, I said this is very basic but very important thing.
It
What
is
is regions, folks? What is a region? Anyone?
It's the geographical location.
Uh-huh. It's a geographical location. What are availability zones?
Like in one geographical location, the availability zone could be, suppose if I'm talking about India, one availability zone could be in Mumbai.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We don't worry about the places as well.
So the both the availability zone is separated from each one about like 300 by something.
Yeah, makes sense. So what are availability zones?
in where we do have server setups.
Definitely, but
Data center
It's
attached.
a data center like
set
multiple
of
of
data centers. See,
data
guys,
center.
again, I'll repeat the whole thing, but very important. So, uh, understanding the regions and availability zones is basic, but very important when you're working with services. Okay, so if you don't understand this concept and if you're getting confused, you don't understand how to work with any service in AWS. That's why I started with the global infrastructure of AWS. Okay, now
Yes.
when you say region is a geographical area. Like if you take our country, a country is basically a geographical area, some space in the map, right? The same way, when you say a region, it has some peripheries, like have boundaries. It's a geographical area in which you will have the availability zones. Means within this boundaries only, you will have AWS availability zones or the data centers itself. Okay. Now, in a region, you will have the availability zones, and availability zones are the set of data center, like the physical locations. Okay. So you will have set of data centers here and there combinedly called as an availability zone. Likewise, you will have more than uh, greater than or equal to 3 availability zones. In each region, probably AWS may add 2 or 3. Now, when I checked recently, it was in each and in every region, we have 3 availability zones. Okay. So availability zones are a set of data centers. Data center is a collection of servers. Okay. Now, each and every data center will have 50 to 80K servers. So servers will be in a data centers. Okay. And data centers will be in an availability zone, and the availability zones will be in a region. This is the basic of terminology. Now, when we are working with services, we never talk about AWS data centers alone. We just say availability zones only. We don't say in an availability zone, data center 1, data center 2. You would never talk like that. For our understanding, availability zones is a set of data centers. Okay. Now, when you are working with services, a service will be either region specific, availability zone specific, or it can be global. Now, when I say AZ specific, means, for example, if you launch an EC2 instance in North Virginia region, you launch an EC2 instance in one availability zone. So EC2, even though EC2 is created in a region, but actually ultimately instance will be launched in an availability zone. Okay. There are few services, for example, EFS. EFS by default, it's a region specific. Means it is that particular data which you store in this EFS is available in all availability zones within the region. And there are few services which are global, for example, IAM. We will talk about it later, but I'm just trying to say that you should understand a service could be an availability zone specific, a region specific, or it's global. Like supports all available, supports all regions. Whatever we do within this service is applicable to all regions when we say global. Okay. Now, when we say EFS, whatever the data which we store is available in all availability zones within the region. When we say availability zone specific, it is within the AZ only. Am I clear? Yes, no.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now going forward, you shouldn't get confused between the regions, availability zones, and then whatever region specific. When I say region specific, okay, it's within the region, within the region. If it is availability zone specific, it is within the availability zone. Okay. Now, ideally, if you see, if we launch an EC2 instance here, if we created an EBS volume here, ideally we cannot attach it because they're of different availability zones. If you observe, the EBS volumes are network attached volumes. You cannot have these far. So it is not possible. Make sense?
Yes.
Mm. Okay, cool. Now, coming back to this. Now, what is your question, Akshat?
It's like we were creating this one virtual machine and two availability zones in our lab. I hope no, it was an assignment. So how do we come to know that? And we have sorry, coming back to my previous point, as like we have seen written there that we have to create one VM in two availability zones, and you have said that we can't do that creating one EC2 instance in two availability zones differently. So we have to choose different EC2 instances to create differently in different availability zones. As we have opted for EC2 one, for example, the first is EC2 one, and we have created it for 1A, and then we have taken EC2 2, and the zone was 1B. So we can do it separately only, and we can't do it sidewise like we are having one instance and we can create it in two availability zone. But it can be available in two availability zone. So is it possible to make it available in two availability zone, one VM in two zones?
If you logically think,
Uh-huh.
if you commonly think, can you have your laptop both in your office as well as in your home at the same time?
No, physically no.
Same thing. Same. Physical also, right? Easy to when you are seeing it as like an record. But different availability zones are two different locations. Can you have one virtual machine in two locations? Doesn't make any sense, right?
So one more question.
No. First of all, Akshat, the way is when
It is
you're asking some
connected.
question, when you're asking some question, and if I answer it for that, you understood? Yes, no, and then another question.
No. I was just connecting it only. I got your point. So,
That's better. Yeah. Mm. Now
as
ask.
we can, uh so in the brief and in that lab, it was written that create an EC2 instance using 7-step workflow in two different availability zones, 1A and 1B. So, how can I'm taking this thing as the wrong way. So,
But Akshat, I have already shown you in the class what we did. You just need to follow that by just following the instructions in the document. Okay. Now I said that when I say in two different availability zones, create an instance in one availability zone, another instance in another availability zone. It is not that I have given you completely yourself. I have explained it how I did, and I just asked you to replicate the same. Now you understood.
mm,
Now let's ask next question.
no, it is okay. Okay. I'm just asking it. People generally comes like that. I want a virtual machine or with two users or three users. So it means that two users are there, but they cannot use that virtual machine on the same point of time. They can access it, from different locations, but not same point of time. So does that means this only, or they can use at same point of time?
So this is something relevant to operating system. Does an operating system can be shared between multiple users?
At same point of time, so no.
Multiple users, I'm not talking about the admin. So if I create anyone is from Linux background? Anyone? Hello? Okay. So, folks, anyone is there? I just want to cross check, so that's it I'm asking.
Yes.
Ashish, okay. Ashish, can we create multiple users in Linux?
Yes, we can.
So can they access the operating system Linux at the same time? Different users, different logins.
At the same time, no, that depends upon the operating system. If it's configured as a
On some
server,
scenario, is it possible?
yes.
So Akshat, accessing a virtual machine depends on what we do on the operating system level. Okay, so we can create multiple users and give access to the virtual machine, and they can access parallelly with their own credentials. We can create like that. Okay, next question.
Done.
Okay. Good. So now if the EC2 instances need to mount to this EFS. Now, if you see the term, in EBS I said attach, but in EFS I'm saying mount, because EFS supports only Linux workloads. Means the EC2 instances which you are using to mount to this EFS must be of Linux distros only. Do we have for Windows? Yes, we have. Okay, not EFS. EFS is explicitly for Linux. Okay. Now, if the EC2 instances need to mount to this EFS, there are few things which we need to take care. First comes with the EFS security group. EFS security group. The EFS security group must have NFS protocol open. Network file system. Okay. So this is a supported protocol in order to access the file system. So the concept of shared file storage is not something new in AWS. We have it in on-premises also. Now AWS is supporting the file system in the form of elastic file system because it is scalable in elasticity. We have seen it, how it can expand and shrink back automatically. Okay. So it supports NFS protocol. So you have to open an NFS protocol so that the instances will be able to mount to this EFS through that protocol. Second thing, the instances availability zones. The instances availability zones must have a mount target enabled. A mount target. We call it as mount target. Mount target is basically a network interface, basically a path in which the instances will be able to mount to this EFS through this mount target. It's like a network interface. It's like creating an IP address for an availability zone, not to the instance. Please make no mistake, not to the instance. It is to the availability zones so that all the instances in that availability zone will be able to mount to this EFS through that mount target. So it's like creating an IP address. Through that IP address, they reach the EFS. And the instances must be of NFS clients. Okay. Now we have a file server. and we want to access it from the instances. That means this becomes the clients. Now, in order to support the file system, you have to have a relevant client. So we have to make these instances NFS clients. How do we make? Just installing a simple client in the EC2 instances. Okay. Now, so that from the EC2 instances, we will be able to mount to this EFS. Understood? Any questions?
Not yet.
Okay. Now what we will do, we will implement this tomorrow. Okay. For now, we will try to go through the slides, whatever the time we have it. Is it okay?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So EFS is also a volume for the EC2 instance. It's a file system. Okay. It is scalable. It supports Linux workloads. It can shrink and grow automatically based on the data. It can access from thousands of instances. Okay. By default, it is region specific. Now, EFS not only supports the instances which are in the cloud, it also supports which are outside of the cloud, means on-prem servers. Okay. So we'll talk about the storage classes tomorrow. Okay. And EFS supports only Linux one. And this is something which I've just explained it on the whiteboard. So the EC2 instances availability zones must have this mount target enabled, like a network interface. So through the network interface, the instances in that availability zone will be able to mount to this file system. Now, if I don't have, can't they mount? No, they can't. Okay. Now, if you want to isolate, you can simply don't enable the mount target for an availability zone so that the instances in that will not be able to mount to this EFS. Okay. So EFS can be used for big data analytics, media processing workflows, content management and web serving, and home directories. Now, EFS is only dedicated for Linux. Now, what if I have Windows instances? What if I want a shared volume? You can go for FSX for Windows file server. Okay. So, we also have NetApp, ONTAP, OpenZFS. So these are the third-party file systems. Means NetApp, ONTAP is a file system, a third-party one, which is already been there in the market. Now, if you're already using NetApp and ONTAP in your on-premises and you're migrating to the cloud and you want to use a same file system in the cloud also, you can go for FSX for NetApp ONTAP. Managed one. AWS will manage it underlying, where you can just simply on few clicks, you can create it and you can start using it. Okay, same like NetApp ONTAP, we have OpenZFS. OpenZFS is also a third-party file system, which is supported under the FSX, a Windows file server, and also Lustre. So Lustre is designed for high-performance file system. Okay, so world's fastest computers would use this Lustre for their performance. Okay, so just understand that EFS is used for Linux, but when it comes to Windows, we have Windows file server under FSX. Not only that, see, initially when FSX was introduced, we have only Windows file server and Lustre. Later, these two also introduced. AWS may add more overnight. Okay, so just remember that, okay, these are the names which are there under FSX. You're good. So ideally, the EC2 instances can use the EBS volumes, which are network attached ones. Okay. Now they can use internal storage, which are called instance store volumes, or they can use a shared volumes, which are EFS. And when you take a backup of a volume, would actually, when you say backup of a volume, it's a snapshot, right? Internally, AWS stores in S3. Okay, so tomorrow, once we are done with the EFS hands-on, we will talk about S3 also. So we will cover the storage services part this week. So that's about the EFS. Any questions, please?
Not yet.
Okay. So what I will do, I'll save this screen. I'll take a screenshot and I will save this particular whiteboarding thing, so that tomorrow, before we implement it, we will look into this and we'll try to implement it exactly the same.
Done.
Okay. So if you don't have any questions, we'll wind up the call for today.
Anupama,
Yes, please.
I just want to ask that the thing you gave for last running Apache on Windows server.
Correct.
Yes. So I just tried to do that from this remote desktop client RDXS. Okay. So this is the only way we can do that.
If you ideally wanted to use a key pair, yes.
Okay.
You used an RDP?
Yes, yes, yes.
Have you shared this document?
Yes, I have just shared only a screenshot because I was little bit more busy with my office work. So I didn't got too much time to make some presentation or writing
Do
things.
it and share it to me, okay? And just confirm me that you are done. I will look into the document.
I did that. I just pasted a screenshot. So I just wanted to know one thing only, that when we see that window of virtual machine, we get two windows, two separate windows, one of our local machine and one window was there for
Correct, correct,
our
correct.
virtual machine. Okay,
That's
so
right. Yes.
do I need to open Chrome browser and install Apache over that window only?
No, 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 no. Just log into it. Just log into it.
I just did this thing. Let me share my screen once. Huh?
Sure, sure. Others can leave the call. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Bye, folks.
Anupama,
Bye.
just one question. Even I have taken up that screenshot. You want me to describe that, whatever steps we have taken up?
Definitely. Definitely.
Okay, okay. Fine.
Yeah.
See, so this was the thing I was getting.
Yes, that's it. That's it, Akshat. You need not do anything.
And
So
Anupam, suppose I would like to install Apache out here, so I can create a EMI server, and I can, with that EMI of Apache, I can launch it, right?
how?
AMI, ma'am.
No, sorry, AMI. I'm so sorry.
So we don't say Apache here, okay? We don't say Apache. See, Apache is very much relevant to Ubuntu web server.
Correct, correct. Linux.
In Windows, we say different one.
Correct.
Here we can install IS server, Internet Information
Yeah,
Server.
yeah, IS, or suppose like straight away, like in short, we can create one text file straight away.
That is fine. But please
first we have
understand, hold on 1 second. When you take an image, the snapshot would be of 30 GB. And when you create another EC2 instance, you will be completing of 90 GB. 60 GB of EBS volume, 30 GB of snapshot, definitely will cost us. That's another reason why we work on Linux only. Windows, I just want you to know how to connect it. That's it.
Okay. Good.
Akshat, you can stop sharing. I think, yes, that's it. You need not do anything, Akshat.
So if I want to install Apache, and can I do open this CLI over that?
Not Apache, as I just said.
Okay.
We don't say Apache. We say IIS server, as someone said.
I'll try it.
Yes, you can do it. You can use an automation script in the user data also, or you can install it manually. This is something relevant to Windows. I mean, how do you do in Windows? You can do in EC2 Windows also.
And generally companies follow this Windows option or this CLI option to work.
Depends.
Depends. Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing from my end now.
Yeah. No, that's okay. That's okay. Fine. Depends. Basically, you don't get straightforward answers or straight away answers. Definitely not from me, because there are different options to a particular solution. Yeah, different ways we can achieve that. So that is the reason you will see like different ways. I'll try to explain the ways, not the straightforward thing. If I say that is the only way, that's not correct, because we can do in different ways. That is the reason you will see that, okay, you don't get exactly, okay, yes or no. You get a kind of answer.
Yes,
Because
yes.
that's how AWS is designed. I can't help. Yeah.
Okay, so I have
Exactly.
one question, Anupama.
Yes, please.
So for this, the lab 2, so do we have to submit is it as an assignment as well for the lab
Definitely.
2?
Of
Okay.
course.
Okay.
Whatever the labs you have, labs, projects, you have to submit it as an assignment. You have
Okay.
few practice 1, practice 2. Those not required.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
Okay. Thanks, Anupama.
Yeah, chalo folks, bye-bye.
Bye.
See you tomorrow. Have a great Saturday.
Have a great Saturday only because you will focus on Sunday morning.
Oh yeah.
Okay, guys. Bye.
Bye.